Hi, good afternoon, and welcome to Naylor High School, where we are moments away from the first pitch here this afternoon between the Lady Royals and the Doniphan Donettes. Coming up, we've got semifinal action, and then we will transition right into the third place and championship games as well. We had to make a slight adjustment, so the good news is we haven't even started just yet, so we are about ready as we get ready for this first semifinal action. Coming up, we've got the Lady Royals. They will be the away team. They are the number 4 seed coming up in this game. They will take on the top-seeded Donettes out of Doniphan. So, leading off for the Lady Royals at center field, it'll be Ivy Benson, a sophomore, batting second. She'll be pitching this afternoon. It is Marley Musgraves batting third at shortstop. It'll be Katie Aker batting cleanup. It is the first baseman, Abby Rayburn, in that fifth spot. It is the third baseman today. It is Alexis Parson batting sixth. She'll be doing the catching. Ashlyn Aker batting seventh. The DP, Addison Ellsworth, and batting eighth at right field, Callie Acup. And batting ninth, she'll be at second base. It is Addison Whitlow, and playing left field, it is Landry Benson. Around the infield, or I should say the outfield for the Doniphan Donettes. Out in right field, it is Briley Bowes. In center field, Ava Monahan. In left field, Kenna Kirby. Let's go around the infield now at third base this afternoon. Kenzie Davis at shortstop, Carson Haygood. Also at second base, Bella Monahan. At first base, Mac Jackson. And behind the plate, it is Paisley Klepzig, which means on the mound for the Doniphan Donettes, it'll be number 13, Kenzie Taylor. So with that being said, welcome in to our first of 4 games this afternoon. I'm Frankie Castillo, so glad to have you alongside. So here we go. First pitch is popped up, and it'll be caught by the third baseman, and we are off and going here in the top of inning number 1 as Benson pops out to the third baseman. It'll go F5 on the out. 1 up and 1 down here in the inning. And now the pitcher, Marley Musgraves, coming up to the plate now as we are underway. First pitch is outside for a ball. No, correction, they changed that, and it is a strike. No balls and a strike here as we are underway here in Naylor. First pitch about 3 minutes ago. Currently here in Naylor, there's a swing and a miss. Currently no balls and 2 strikes. 68 degrees here with a north wind at about 10 miles an hour. Not going to get much better. And strike 3 is called. 2 down here in the inning on the backwards punch out. So Katie Aker coming up to the plate. 2 down, 2 up, and 2 down here in the inning. So today's shortstop will come up to the plate. And her first pitch is popped up down the first base line, and the first baseman will make the catch. And just like that, 3 up and 3 down as we go to the bottom of the first inning. We'll be back in 30 seconds. Doniphan coming to bat. You're watching live coverage of the OFC. It is presented by Bank of Grandin.
And now back to the action. It's Mules baseball. Here's the voice of the Mules, Frankie Castillo.
And we are back in the bottom of inning number 1. Our ball game is presented by PR Automotive, White Sanders Funeral Home, and being brought to you by Soulful Hair Studios and Bank of Grandin, our title sponsor here this afternoon. Kenna Kirby coming up to the plate. She will lead things off, and there is a strike right down the middle. It is Marley Musgraves wearing 00. She will be on the mound here to begin this ball game. There is a bunt down the first base line and safe at first as she hustles and beats it down the line. So the game's of first air. It'll be an E3. And Kenzie Taylor coming up to the plate now. As Taylor comes up to the plate with one on and nobody down. Taylor trying to help her own cause. Throw down to second base, and Kirby is in there safely. Runner on at second base. No balls and one strike. Here is the pitch. This one is popped up as well. This one out toward, falls into no man's land, and now runners will be on the corners. It was out in right center. So runners now on first and third base as Taylor gets on with a base hit. And now Kenzie Davis coming up to the plate. So Davis will step in, runners on first and third base, still nobody down here in the inning. Here is the pitch. Runner takes off, and they will give her the base. So now Taylor is on second base. Runners now on second and third base. Gary Hall is behind the home plate, calling balls and strikes here this afternoon. Runners on second and third base. This one a ground ball. This one right to the second baseman, out at first, and a run will come in to score. So Taylor moves over to third base. Kirby comes in, and the Doniphan Donettes, they now lead 1-0. So coming up to the plate now, it is Bella Monahan, the second baseman. This one pops up down the first base line and foul. No balls and one strike. So one down here in the inning. It is a 1-0 game outside for a ball. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Mac Jackson awaiting on deck for the Donettes. Donettes coming in at 16-1 here this spring. Here is the 1-1 pitch coming by Margraves. This one is popped up out to right field. Going back, can't make the catch, and 1 run will come in. It'll be a triple as Bella Monahan safely to third base on the RBI. It is a 2-0 game. So it is 2-0 now as the Donettes only 1 down here in the inning. This one is popped up. This one finds the gap as well. And Jackson is going to have a double as well. It is a 1-out double. And now the Donettes in front here. They lead 3-0. So Ava Monahan coming up to the plate. This one bunts right back to the pitcher. Margraves to first base and got her at first base for the second out. 2 down here in the inning. Runner will advance to third base. So Monahan is thrown out, and that's going to bring up Carson Haygood, the birthday girl today, celebrating her 17th birthday. I told her I would sing to her, but that made her nervous a little bit. She pops this one straight up, Second baseman calls everybody off, and that'll be the third out of the inning, but not before the Donettes end up scoring 3 times, and they leave a runner on second base, or make that third base. We are going to the top of inning number 2. It is 3-0 in favor of the Donettes. You're watching exclusive coverage of the OFC. It is presented by Bank of Grandin. As we are back now in the top of inning number 2, our ball game is presented by Representative Cameron Parker. Also being brought to you by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair and the Twin Rivers Booster Club and Baker Implement Stan Bader Wood Trust. All proud supporters of the OFC at top of inning number 2. It is 3-0 in favor of the Doniphan Donettes. This one fouled away, a foul tip. It is 1 ball and 1 strike here in this second inning. Just a gorgeous day this afternoon at 68 degrees at the first pitch. There is a swing and a miss, and now it is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here is the pitch, swing and a miss. Watch the movement on this location on the swing and the miss. 1 down here in the inning. That replay presented by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. So Rayburn it down on strikes. It is the second strikeout for Kenzie Taylor. 1 down here in the inning. Little bit of wind to deal with here this afternoon. First pitch taken outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to senior Alexis Parson, playing at third base here this afternoon. 1 ball, no strikes, 3-0. The Donettes out in front. This one fouled away to the screen. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball and 1 strike, fouls it away. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to the senior. It is our final day here in Naylor. We're wrapping up the OFC tournament here this afternoon. Make sure and hit that share button and let us know where you're watching. Here's the pitch, and this one is popped up and out of play, so we'll do it again. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. My good buddy Steve Seawright is tuning in back in Poplar Bluff. Glad to have him alongside. Up high for a ball. Count is even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2-2 the count. Here is the pitch, and this one just misses up high for a ball. Count is full now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes, 1 down here in the inning. Twin Rivers are trying to get something going, and this one is grounded out to the second baseman, and there is your second out of the inning. 2 up and 2 down here in the inning. It goes 4-3 on the ground out. So Ashlyn Aker coming up to the plate now with 2 down here in the inning. Here is the pitch, and this one an excuse me swing. It is found away to the fence. No balls and 1 strike. Big crowd watching us already here this afternoon, and we're just getting started. 2 down here in the inning. Donettes looking to get back to that championship game. Swing and a miss. Here is a location on this pitch on the swing and miss. No balls and 2 strikes. Taylor now comes set inside the circle, and here is the 0-2 pitch. A swing and a miss, and the side is retired. 3 up and 3 down. We go to the home half of inning number 2. It is still 3-0 with the Donettes coming to bat. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin. Our ball game is presented by our good friends at Christian Automotive and Tire, also being brought to you by Ozark Legacy Insurance Partners. Hillis Family Chiropractic, also being brought to you by Joe Gloyd Concrete Construction, Elite Trucking Academy, and being brought to you by Liberty Utilities at 67 Towing and B&J Fencing, proud supporters of this year's OFC tournament. All right, so we are back here under the 3rd inning, or back in the bottom of the 2nd inning, rather, I should say. It is no balls and 1 strike. No balls and 1 strike. This one is ripped down the third base line and foul. Long strike, no balls and 2 strikes. Boy, that was a nice rip by Paisley Klepzig, the catcher today for the Donettes in this first game. Sunshine here right now. We're expecting maybe a little bit more cloud cover this afternoon. The good news is, though, no chances of rain. We had just a little bit last night. Did not amount to much, and it lasted for only a couple of minutes. Here is the 0-2 pitch on the way. A swing and a miss. Boy, she changed speeds on her. There is the strikeout, and 1 down here in the inning. First strikeout of the ball game for Musgraves. And now Briley Bowles coming up to the plate with 1 down here in the inning. Musgraves rocks and fires, a swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike. Bowles batting in the 9th spot, a sophomore for Coach Haygood. Also plays basketball as well. This one is up high for a ball. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. Nice crowd already here for this first semifinal game. Another swing and a miss. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Coach Haygood over on third base for the Donettes. This one is popped up. This one's going to find the outfield. It finds the grass, and Bowles now on base with a 1-out base hit. And now we are back to the top of the lineup with Kenna Kirby. So Kirby coming up to the plate now. Kirby reached on an error and came around to score the game's first run. Here is the pitch. This one taken down the third base line, and it hits the top of the concession stand. It is no balls and 1 strike. So 0-1 the count. 1 down here in the inning. Runner on at first base. Here comes the 0-1 pitch on the way by Musgraves. Showing bunt. It's going to stay in the box. It's a fair ball. She is safe. And now the runners will advance to third base. Nobody on third. And Bowles will advance to third on the bunt single by Kenna Kirby. Boy, the ball just died right there in the batter's box, making it a fair ball. And now Kenzie Taylor, who singled and scored her first time, coming up to the plate. Good base running by the Donettes here in the early going of this one. Here is the first pitch on the way. Kirby takes off. Going to be a ground ball, and nobody is going to be able to handle it. And a run will come in to score. It is now a 4-0 game. This one out to right field, and there is the catch. Good job by the right fielder. So Callie Acup making the catch out in right field, and there are 2 down here in the inning. Runners on first and second base. Here is the pitch on the way, up high for a ball, as Bella Monahan up to the plate. So 1 ball and no strikes. This one is popped up as well. This one out towards center field, and Benson comes in to make the catch, and the side is retired. The Donettes end up picking up 1 run, and they strand 2 on base. We go to the top of inning number 3. It is 4-0. You're watching live coverage of the OFC. It is presented by Bank of Grandin. Our ball game is presented by PR Automotive. They've got you covered, your side-by-side, daily driver, even the classics that you love. Chris Keeney is dedicated to keeping you on the road and running strong. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. It is PR Automotive, 573-714-5426. We are in at the top of inning number 3 now, and Ellsworth coming up to the plate, and she will take the first pitch in for a ball. It is 1 ball and no strikes. So 1-0 the count. Doniphan now leading 4-0 in this first semifinal game. Up high for a ball, 2 balls and no strikes. Quickly 2-0 to the 7-hitter in the lineup. It'll be Ellsworth, A-Cup, and Whitlow. If anybody gets on, Benson to bat fourth in this inning. This one has popped up. Goes right behind the catcher. 2 balls and 1 strike. Also, White Sanders Funeral Home located in Fisk and Culin. It is a family-owned business committed to providing personalized service for all families with compassion, dignity, and respect. Give them a call, 573-967-3300. And that one just crossed over and hit Ellsworth. She will trot down to first base. So, a leadoff base runner for the Lady Royals. And now Callie A-Cup coming up to the plate. A-Cup, 1 on, nobody down here in the inning. A swing and a miss. And we are underway here. No balls and 1 strike. Coach Macy Shear on first base. The head coach Casey Parson over at third. No balls and 1 strike. Here is the pitch coming now to A-Cup. Inside for a ball. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. Also, check out Soulful Hair Studio for expert haircuts, custom color, styling, eyebrow waxing. Also for hair and lash extensions. There's a fly ball to right field, and there is your first out of the inning. So 1 down as A-Cup will pop out to right field. And now Addison Whitlow coming up to the plate now. Whitlow batting 9th in the inning. Make sure and check out Soulful Hair Studio, 1151 Butler Street in Poplar Bluff. First pitch outside for a ball. It is 1 ball and no strikes. They go back to first base, not in time, as Ellsworth with a head first slide. One ball and no strikes. Here is the pitch on the way. This one is up high as well for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0 the count.
Get ahead, kid. Let's go.
Donovan leads 4-0 at 3 runs in the first inning. There's a strike right down the middle. Donovan picking up 3 runs in the first inning, 1 run in the second inning. We are in the top of inning number 3. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. The count is even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2-2 the count. Twin Rivers with a base runner on first base. Ellsworth hit by a pitch. Taylor now. She comes set, fires it in up high, and check out the replay. Watch the movement here as she goes high on that one for the punch out. 2 down here in the inning. And now they are back to the top of the lineup. So Benson coming up to the plate now with 1 on and 2 down in the inning. This one is popped up. This one out toward the second baseman, and she will make the play, and the side is retired. So the Lady Royals end up stranding a runner on first base. We go to the home half of inning number 3. Doniphan leads 4-0. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin. right, so we are back in the bottom of the third inning. Oh, the ball was hit right to Aker. She could not come up with it, and Jackson ends up on first base. It'll be an E6. And runner now on first base. Swing and a miss. Good pitch. No balls and one strike. Musgraves fires it in there. Ava Monahan, who grounded out to the pitcher back in the first inning. Runner on first base with one, or make that nobody out. Swing and a miss. No balls and two strikes. Let us know who you're rooting for here in this first game between the Lady Royals and the Doniphan Donettes. It is no balls and two strikes. Oh, a swing and a miss. Musgraves fires it in there for the punch out, and there is your first out of the inning. And now Haygood comes up to the plate, takes ball one high and outside. A one ball and no strikes. Haygood popped out to the second baseman back in the first inning. There's a ground ball. This one's going to go foul down the third baseline. Count is even. One ball and one strike now to Carson Haygood. Runner on first base. It is Mac Jackson. Here is the 1-1 pitch downstairs for a ball. It is two balls and one strike. So 2-1 the count. Donovan leading 4-0 here in this contest. Here is the pitch up high for a ball. And now the count goes at 3 balls and one strike with one down here in the third inning. First of 4 games coming up here this afternoon. Here is the pitch, and there's a ground ball for a base hit. So the birthday kid ends up on first base, her first hit of the day, and now runners on first and second base with one down. You can hear the crowd singing happy birthday to Carson Haygood. 2 on, 1 down here in the inning. Klepzig struck out back in the second inning. This one's a ground ball to the third baseman, out at third, and it's going to be an overthrow. And now the runner now is going to come in. Here is a throw in, and Haygood will score. So it'll be an infield base hit and then a throwing error on the third baseman, Parson, and the runner comes in to score. It is now a 5-0 ball game. Courtesy runner coming in for the Donettes.
Courtesy runner for the catcher, number 18.
Be Peyton Schroeder coming in. So Klepzig will get the credit for the base hit. And now it is a 5-0 game. So Briley Bowles, who singled and scored her first time. It is no balls and one strike. Still one down here in the inning. This one has popped up as well. No balls and two strikes. Runner on second base. And now Bowles, who singled and scored back in the second, trying to bring that runner home. Here is the pitch by Musgraves. Swing and a miss. Here is the replay presented by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. And that is the third out of the inning. So Bowles strikes out and the side is retired. You're watching and listening to the OFC tournament. It is presented by Bank of Grandin. We're back in about 1 minute. So we are back now as we get ready for the top of inning number 4, and it is a 5-0 game as the Donettes, they have scored 3 runs back in the first inning, and they have scored a run in every inning since. 5-0 is your score. And we are back with the Marley Musgraves coming up to the plate. There is a swing and a strike 1. No balls and 1 strike. Musgraves dials it in. She is 0 for 1. Struck out looking back in the first inning. Here is the pitch. And this one is up high for a ball. Count is even. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. Here's the 1-1 pitch, a swing and a miss, and now it is 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, and there's a rip, and this one goes foul. So we will do it again. Here is the pitch outside for a ball, and the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Already in the top of inning number 4, Doniphan leads 5-0 here in this game. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and that one got Musgraves. Here is the replay. Got her right on the elbow, too. So now leadoff batter aboard. Second hit by pitch in the ball game. So a runner on first base now with nobody down. Katie Aker coming up to the plate. Popped out to the first baseman her first time. Here is the pitch on the way. This one down the first base line, out of play behind the dugout. It is no balls and 1 strike. 0-1 the count here, as Aker will step in the batter's box. Down a strike here in the top of inning number 4 with nobody out. Here is the 0-1 offering. This one popped out to right field. It's carrying, and the right fielder making the catch. Big time out there. Good play by Briley Bowles out in right field. There is the first out of the inning. It goes F9. 1 down. Abby Rayburn coming up, who struck out looking her first time. Swing and a miss. No balls and a strike. Glad to have you alongside here this afternoon in our final day here at Naylor High School, wrapping up the OFC softball tournament. Mother Nature prevented us from playing Monday and Tuesday. 4 games yesterday, 4 games today. This one popped up and out of play, or I should say foul territory. Hats off to the administration here at Naylor, allowing us to take up refuge here the last couple of days. They were here with me this morning helping us run cables to get ready for this game today. No balls and 2 strikes. Taylor now comes set. Here's the 0-2 pitch. This one is popped up along the infield. Taylor says, I got it. And there is your second out of the inning. So 2 down. It goes F1 on the out. And coming up to the plate now, Alexis Parson grounded out her first time. 2 away with a runner on first base. Parson digs in, and Taylor comes set, gets inside the circle. Here we go. This one is a ground ball. It's going to get past the second baseman over to third, and she is out at third. And the side is retired. So the Lady Royals strand a runner. We go to the bottom of the inning. Doniphan still leads 5-0. You're watching live coverage of the OFC. It is presented by Bank of Grandin. Bottom half of inning number 4. It is now a 5-0 game as the Donettes now will come to the plate. Up to the plate now. We are back to the top of the lineup in Kenna Kirby. She will take ball 1 outside, low and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Coming up next, it'll be Clearwater. They will take on the Lady Redbirds out of East Carter. And the 2 winners of the first 2 games will match up in the championship game at 6 p.m. right here live on Facebook and on YouTube. This one to the screen, 3 balls and no strikes. Kenna Kirby is 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Scored a run as well back in the first. She did single in the second inning. She's ahead here with 3 balls and no strikes. Musgraves comes set. Here is the 3-0 pitch outside, and Kenna Kirby reaches base for a 3rd time in this game. So Kenzie Taylor coming up to the plate. Taylor now digs in, a lot of speed there on first base. And she's taken off too. She was not wasting any time, and no chance as Kirby slides in to second base. So Kirby on second base. It's 5-0 your score. Here is the pitch. This one fouled away by Taylor. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Nice cool day here to finish off April. Normally at this time it is pretty warm, but today we are well below average, and we'll take it. 1 ball and 1 strike. Swing and a miss. Good inside pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kirby standing on second base. She did walk and then stole the bag. Here is the 1-2 pitch on the way from Musgraves. This one as caught. Oh, it's going to be almost caught. Good effort, though, by Aker. Well, that was a very good effort, though. And she is on with a hit, and now runners on first and second base with nobody down. Kenzie Davis coming up, the 3rd baseman. She will step in with 2 on and nobody out. Up high for a ball. It is 1 ball and no strikes. So 1-0 the count. Here's the pitch, and downstairs for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. This one is popped up to center field. Benson going back and can't make the catch. It goes all the way to the wall. And 1 run will come in. Kirby comes in to score. It is now a 6-0 ball game. It is an RBI double Going to have a pinch runner coming in now to a second base.
23 for 17. 23 for 17.
So it'll be Kinsley McGonigal coming in to do the pinch running here on second base. It is now 6-0 on the RBI double by Kenzie Davis. This one is popped up as well. This one is going to be caught by the second baseman. There is your first out of the inning.
Go, man. Get him home.
It is a 6-0 game with one down here in the inning. This one is popped up as well, and this time Aker is able to make the catch. They're at shortstop. So 2 down in the inning. Ava Monahan coming up to the plate as Jackson pops out to the center fielder. 2 down, 2 quick outs. This one a line out right to the second baseman, and the side is retired, but not before the Doniphan Donettes end up picking up one more run. We go to the top of inning number 5. It is a 6-0 game. You're watching live coverage of the OFC. It is presented by Bank of Grandin. Don't forget, going on right now back in Poplar Bluff, it is our annual River Radio St. Jude Radiothon. Make sure and become a partner in hope today by calling 1-800-330-9727. 1-800-330-9727. It is our St. Jude Radiothon going on today and tomorrow until 6 p.m. All right, top of inning number 5. It is a 6-0 game here for the Donettes. First pitch has popped up. This one out toward left field, but Carson Haygood will make the catch there at shortstop. 1 up and 1 down here in the inning as Ashlyn Aker pops it up. So Ellsworth coming up to the plate now. She was hit by a pitch back in the 3rd. She will step in now with her team down by 6. 1 down here in the inning. Here is the first pitch on the way. Taylor having a pretty good outing. This one is popped up as well. It's playable. Third baseman unable to make the catch. It is no balls and 1 strike. Good effort given by the third baseman. Donovan picked up 3 runs in the first inning, and they've scored a run in every inning since. Twin Rivers looking to break through. Here is the 0-1 pitch. This one is a ground ball to the first baseman, and as Monahan steps on the bag there, and there is your second out of the inning. Or make that Jackson, rather, at first base. Mac Jackson with 2 down here in the inning. Coming up to the plate now is Callie Acup. And strike is called. So So 2 away here in the 5th inning. A-Cup popped out to right field her last time. 2 down here in the inning. Here is the 0-1 pitch. She held off, and it'll be called a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 the count. Already here in the top of inning number 5. Here is the 1-1 pitch. Up high for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 the count here at Naylor High School, site of this year's OFC softball tournament. They hosted the baseball tournament back in October at Three Rivers College, and then the basketball tournament in February. And here we are wrapping up our final OFC tournament for this school year. 3 balls and 1 strike. A-Cup looking to get on base. The right fielder now up high, and she does. She will draw a 2-out walk. So a runner on first base now. And Addison Whitlow coming up to the plate. Whitlow, the second baseman for Twin Rivers, a senior, playing in her final OFC tournament. Runner on first base with 2 down. Struck out her first time. First pitch is called a strike. It's no balls and 1 strike. 0-1 the count here in the top of inning number 5. Taylor now will come set. Here is the pitch. Downstairs for a ball, but back to first base, not in time. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. So count is even, 1 ball and 1 strike. Whitlow digs in, ball is up high. It is 2 balls and 1 strike. Kenzie Taylor on the start here this afternoon for this first semifinal game. She has pitched 4 2/3 innings so far, giving up no hits and just the 1 run, or just the 1 hit rather, no runs. There's a strike, good pitch. It is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Already 4 punch outs here in the ball game so far, just the 1 walk. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes and 2 down here in the inning. Swing and a miss, and the side is retired. So after giving up a 2-out walk, the Donettes will now come to the plate. They lead 6-0. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin. So bottom of the 5th inning now, and the Donettes here lead 6-0 as they are now coming to the plate. Our ball game is presented by Midway RV Park and Cabin Rentals, also being brought to you by Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri. There's a ground ball to the third baseman, over to first base in time. 1 up and 1 down as Haygood grounds out to third base. Wind Supply in Poplar Bluff, Black River Beauty Academy, B&J Fencing, and 67 Towing. All proud supporters of this year's OFC. First pitch is a ball. It is no balls and 1 strike. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike as Paisley Klepzig is up to the plate. She is 0 for 2 so far this afternoon. She has struck out and grounded out. There's a rip and there's a base hit. It gets out to a center field. Benson gets it in quickly, and there is a 1-out base hit. So now Briley Bowles coming up to the plate. Bowles going to get a courtesy now to come in for the catcher.
Courtesy runner for 18.
It'll be Tara Davis who will be on the first base now. She will come in as a courtesy runner. Showing bunt. Davis takes off and she is safe. So she will now be on second base here. 1 down here in the inning. Clearwater is here as well, so they're getting ready for this next ball game to come up. Here is the 0-1 pitch. This one is popped up and this one's out of play. So a runner on second base now with 1 down here in the inning. Briley Bowles up to the plate. Here is the pitch. Fouls it away, stays alive. Still no balls and 2 strikes. No balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Watch the movement on this for the instant replay presented by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. 2 down, and now we are back to the top of the lineup with Kenna Kirby. She is showing bunt. This one goes back to the screen. It is no balls and 1 strike. There's a ground ball. This one gets up the middle for a base hit. And 1 run will come in. Davis scores. And Kirby is now at second base. It is now a 7-0 game. So Taylor now coming up to the plate. She is at 3 for 3 so far this afternoon. She's got 3 base hits. She has also got an RBI and scored a run. Takes ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. So 1 ball, no strikes. Our ball game is presented by the Twin Rivers Booster Club. 2 balls and no strikes. Also being brought to you by our good friends at PR Automotive, White Sanders Funeral Home, Soapful Hair Studios. This one popped up, this one out toward right field, and the side is retired. So a runner left on second base. We now go to the top of inning number 6. It is now a 7-0 game. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin. All right, so we are back in the top half of inning number 6. The Donettes now with a new pitcher on the mound, Mac Jackson. Taylor has had a really good outing here today. No runs on just one hit. She also ended up striking out 5 batters and only walking 1. So top of inning number 6 now. Benson coming up to the plate. Benson so far today, she is 0 for 2. She has popped out to third base and popped out to second base. 1 ball and no strikes, top of inning number 6. Been a pretty good game to this point here. This one goes right up the middle. Haygood, diving stop to keep it in front of her. It is a base hit there by Ivy Benson. And Lady Royals have their leadoff batter aboard. And now Marley Musgraves, who is coming up to the plate. She is 0 for 1 today. She has struck out and been hit by a pitch. Runner on first base, nobody down. Musgraves. First pitch, this one is popped up, and what a catch. What a catch by Jackson. And 1 down here in the inning. It goes F1 on the out. So Katie Aker coming up to the plate. Aker now will step in with nobody on, or make that 1 on and 1 down. Here is the pitch coming in there for a call to strike 1. No balls and 1 strike. No balls and 1 strike as Jackson comes set. Here is the pitch coming. There's a rip, and this one is going to go down at the first base line. It is a base hit, good rip. And now the runner, Benson, is going to go to third base, as will Aker. She will advance as well. So now runners on second and third base with 1 down in the inning. And now coming up to the plate, it is Abby Rayburn. She is 0 for 2. She has struck out looking and popped out to the pitcher. 2 on and nobody, or make that 2 on, 1 down here in the inning. Good pitch right down the middle, swing and a miss. Watch the movement on this one, right down the middle. Here is the 0-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. So now it is no balls and 2 strikes. Quickly 0-2 the count. 1 down here in the inning. Jackson comes set, 2 runners on. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball, this one to the second baseman, and brings in a run. So the Lady Royals now on the board. After the out, you see the run crossing right there. So 2 down here in the inning. Two down here in the inning, a runner on third base. Parson this afternoon, 1 for 2. She has grounded out and singled. Still Aker on at third base. 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0 the count. It is now a 7-1 ball game. Here is the pitch downstairs for a ball. 3 balls and no strikes. Here is the 3-0 pitch on the way by Jackson. And there is ball 4, so Parson will gain a 2-out walk. Runners now on the corners. So coming up to the plate now, it is Ashlyn Aker. She is 0 for 2, struck out in the second, popped out in the fifth. 2 runners on the corners. 7-1. Inside pitch is a strike. Back over to third base, not in time. And it gets away, and here comes the throw, safe. And Parson will advance to third base. It is now a 7-2 ball game. No balls and 1 strike. 7-2 now, your score. Here is the pitch on the way. This one is a ground ball. This one's going to go foul. No balls and 2 strikes. Here in the top of inning number 6, Twin Rivers is scoring their first 2 runs, and there are 2 down in the inning. Parson standing on at third base. Here is the 0-2 pitch. Inside for a ball. Count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 the count. Make sure and hit that share button on Facebook. We're also live on YouTube. Outside for a ball as well. Count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Our YouTube channel is youtube.com/River Radio PB. Seven to 2 is your score. Here is the pitch. In there for a call to strike 3, and the side is retired. But Twin Rivers picks up 2 runs, and they leave a runner on third base. We go to the bottom of the inning. Donettes, they lead by 5. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin.
And now back to the action. It's Mules baseball. Here's the voice of the Mules, Frankie Castillo.
So as we get ready now for the bottom of the 6th inning, it is a 7-2 ball game. Our coverage being brought to you by Baker Implement in Poplar Bluff, also Stambader Wood Truss, Christian Automotive and Tire, Ozark Legacy Insurance Partners, and being brought to you by Hillis Family Chiropractic, all proud supporters of this year's OFC softball tournament. So now we are in the bottom of the 6th inning. First pitch is popped up out to shortstop. Oh, Aker, it popped out of her glove. Kenzie Davis pops that one out, and she will be on first base now with nobody out. There's a rip right at Aker, and that one a line drive for the out. Boy, the shortstop is getting her work in now. Monahan lines out for the first out of the 6th. One down, a runner on first base. This one is popped up and out of play behind us. Jackson Jackson so far today has an RBI double. She's also reached on an air and popped out to shortstop back in the fourth. It's an 0-1 count with one down here in the inning. Outside pitch, and there's a ball. It is 1 ball and 1 strike with Kenzie Davis on first base. It has ended up being a really nice day here at Naylor High School. Little bit cool this morning. Sun is out right now and couldn't get much better on this final day of April. It is 2 balls and 1 strike. Twin Rivers down by 5. This one is popped up and out of play. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. Musgraves has so far, she has gone 5 1/3 innings so far, giving up 7 runs on 11 hits. Here is the 2-2 pitch. Pops it up and we'll do it again. It's still 2 balls and 2 strikes. So far, Twin Rivers in this ball game, or correction, Donovan rather in this ball game, has left 7 on base. There's a ground ball. There's another base hit. And now runners are on first and second base. First hit of the inning for the Donettes. Jackson with her second hit in the ball game. And now Monahan coming up to the plate. She is 0 for 3 to this point. Coach Haygood making a change here as Jackson is on. She is pitching currently for the Donettes. She's standing on first base. Ava Monahan coming up to the plate. It is a 7-2 ball game. Believe we're going to get a runner to come in.
For 22, number 18 for 22.
So Davis going to come in to run.
You can't catch me.
Tara Davis will be on first base. 1 down in the inning. Fast runner there at first base. Here is the pitch coming to Monahan. First pitch is downstairs for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. 1 ball and no strikes. 7-2 is your score. This one gets out to right field. And now the bases are going to be loaded with only 1 down here in the inning. So Monahan goes the opposite direction, and she gets her first hit of the ball game. And now Carson Haygood coming up. She is 1 for 3 so far. She has popped out to the second baseman and grounded to third. Back in the 3rd inning, she singled and came around to score. There's a rip, and this one goes foul. Nearly took her dad's head off. He had a duck on that one. No balls and 1 strike. Haygood stepping in, has a chance here to do some big-time damage as her team leads by 5. It is 7-2. Haygood steps back in. Here's the pitch. And strike is called on the inside part of the plate. No balls and 2 strikes. There's a runner on every base. Kenzie Davis standing on third. Here is the 0-2 pitch. There's a rip, and this one also is going to go foul just in front of the fence there at third base. Still at no balls and 2 strikes. Musgraves comes set, and here is the pitch. Downstairs for a ball. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1-2 the count. We are in the bottom of inning number 6, just after 1 o'clock. It's 1:09. We've got 3 more games to go. This one is popped up, and what a catch. Watch the replay. by Marley Musgraves. It'll be a double play. And that's how the side is retired. So we go to the top of inning number 7. Twin Rivers, they've got some ground to make up, down by 5 runs. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin. So before we get back to live action, let's go back to that last replay there. Watch this. And what a replay there as Musgraves ends up, and it turns into a double play for the side to be retired. Jackson going to come back in. She will finish out this game as her team is up by 5 runs. It is a 7-2 ball game. And now coming up, it is Addison Ellsworth. Ellsworth is coming up to the plate. First pitch is downstairs for a ball. Last time these two met up, Doniphan got the win 10-0. It is a much different game here right now as their team is up only by 5. Up high for a ball. It is 1 ball and, 2 balls and no strikes. Ellsworth has been hit by a pitch and grounded out to first base. Here is the pitch on the way by Jackson. Up high for a ball. 3 balls and no strikes. Here is the 3-0 pitch, and there is ball 4, so Twin Rivers has their leadoff batter aboard. Callie Acup coming up to the plate now. So 1 on, nobody down here in the inning. Here is the pitch inside for a ball. It's 1 ball and no strikes. So 1-0 the count. Donovan 3 defensive outs away from moving on to the championship game. There's a strike right down the middle. Back over to first base is not in time. Ellsworth sliding back to first base. It is 1-1 the count. Here is the pitch up high for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. Two balls and 1 strike. There's a ground ball. This one's going to stay foul. And now the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Big crowd watching us here on YouTube here this afternoon. And this one is up high as well, and the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. How about this for drama here in the final inning? Here is the payoff pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Big punch out. Here is the replay presented by Barker's Towing, and that is your first out of the inning on the strikeout. So Whitlow coming up to the plate now. She is 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It is 1 ball and no strikes. 1-0 the count, 1 on and 1 down. Swing and a miss. Good pitch. Had her fooled on that one. So my good buddy Wayne Wilcutt is tuning in this afternoon. This one has popped up, and this one finds the gap. So Whitlow with a huge double here in the 7th inning. And now 2 runners in scoring position. Twin Rivers will have the top of the lineup coming up. So Whitlow with a double here in the top of inning number 7. And now we're going to see Coach Haygood. He is going to come out to the circle, and he will talk to the team as his Donettes leads by 5. Make sure and hit that share button this afternoon. Let us know where you're watching from. Coach Haygood just going to go out and calm down Jackson here. So it is a 7-2 ball game. And now Benson going to come back out, and she has a single, and she scored at Twin Rivers' first run back in the 6th. There is 1 down here in the inning. One down here in the inning. Runners on second and third base. Here we go. Benson steps in. Here's the pitch. Outside pitch is called a strike. It is no balls and 1 strike. Oh, 1 the count as Benson steps in. 2 runners on scoring position. This one to the second baseman, out at first. Oh, they've got a run down here. And she is out. And that is how the ball game will come to a close. 7-3. So 7-3 is how this game will come to a close. And Doniphan is now moving on to the championship game this afternoon at 6 p.m. Twin Rivers will now play for third place at 4 o'clock. So game ends at 7-3, and we'll come back in just a few moments, and we'll get you set for the second semifinal matchup between Clearwater and the Lady Redbirds of East Carter. Don't go anywhere. Doniphan advancing at 7-3. They will play now at 6 p.m. We'll be back in just a few moments. You're watching live coverage of the OFC softball tournament. It is presented by our good friends at Bank of Grandin.
And now back to the action. It's Mules baseball. Here's the voice of the Mules, Frankie Castillo. And now back to the action. It's Mules Baseball. Here's the voice of the Mules, Frankie Castillo.
All right, so welcome back here as we get ready for the second game here of the afternoon. It is the second semifinal matchup. It'll feature the two-seeded Clearwater Lady Tigers taking on the three-seeded Lady Redbirds of East Carter. And that matchup is moments away. In the first game of the afternoon, it was Doniphan getting a 4-run win over Twin Rivers. They will now play in the third place game coming up at 4 p.m. Doniphan is now moving on, and they will play in the championship game beginning at 6 p.m. here this afternoon. So don't go anywhere. Our first pitch is coming up. We are about ready to begin that in just a few moments. In the meantime, we'll go back to a quick break. And coming up, it is East Carter. They are taking on Clearwater. It is game 2 of 4 games. We'll be back. You're watching exclusive coverage. It is the 2026 OFC softball tournament. It is presented by Bank of Grandin.
And now back to the action. It's Mules baseball. Here's the voice of the Mules, Frankie Castillo.
So as we get ready for this second matchup of the afternoon, 2 out of 4 games, and coming your way, it is the second semifinal matchup of the afternoon. It is Clearwater taking on the Lady Redbirds of East Carter, and first pitch is moments away. As you can see, Clearwater is doing their IO. East Carter just wrapping up theirs a few moments ago. The lineups have come in. Clearwater is going to go with a different pitcher coming up here for the first part of this ball game. Abby Gingery is going to be inside the circle. On the other side, it'll be Callie Miller for the Lady Redbirds out of East Carter. The winner of this matchup of this game is going to go on and play in the championship game later on tonight. They will play the Doniphan Donettes. So all of that coming up here in just a few moments, as we've got lots going on here today. It is our third place, or I should say our semifinals and our championship games coming up of the OFC. By the way, going on right now back in Poplar Bluff at our studios It is day one of the St. Jude Radiothon. And remember to become a partner in hope today by calling 1-800-330-9727. That number again, 1-800-330-9727. All right, looking at some of these teams, Clearwater coming in, they are 17-4 on the season. They are averaging 13 runs a ball game, giving up only 3 runs on defense. And so far this season, they took on East Carter back on March 20th, and they beat East Carter by 10 runs. It was 19-9. So we will see how that one comes up here in just a few moments as we get ready for this contest between the Lady Redbirds and the Lady Tigers out of Clearwater. All right, so we're still waiting for the umpires to make their way back into Naylor High School here at the facility, I should say. So what we'll do is we'll go to our final break here before the first pitch. Coming up, we will have our second semifinal game of the day. It is Clearwater and East Carter. First pitch is moments away. You're watching live coverage of the OFC. It is presented by Bank of Grandin.
And now back to the action. It's Mules baseball. Here's the voice of the Mules, Frankie Castillo.
All right, so as we are gearing up now, the two coaches meeting there at home plate. They will exchange the lineups here this afternoon. And then we will get started with our second game. Currently, we are moving right along on time. First pitch is supposed to be at 2 p.m. We're pretty close to that right now as it is 1:51 here on this Thursday afternoon. So later on this afternoon, we will have the third place game coming up at 4 p.m. and then the championship game later tonight beginning at 6 p.m. So we'll see how this game, how the outcome, how it goes. The two coaches, or I should say they shake hands, and we're about ready to introduce you to the lineups here this afternoon. And then it is first pitch time. Lady Tigers will be the home team, and the Lady Redbirds will be the visitors on the scoreboard. Clearwater now about to come out. So with that being said, let's go ahead now and go right to our lineups here. Let's go to the offensive lineups for the Lady Redbirds out of East Carter. Coach Kirby going to walk out. Coach Shell and Coach Kirby. So now as Clearwater takes the field, here we go. Defensive lineup here for the Lady Tigers out of Clearwater. Let's go in the outfield. Right field, Aaliyah Barfield. In center field, Jordan Patterson. Over in left, it is Jenna Alcorn. Let's go around the diamond now at third base this afternoon. Mackenzie Griffiths at shortstop. It is Gracie Allen. Peyton Hurt is at second base. At first base, it is Lily Wayland. And behind the plate, Miley Graham. And that means Abby Gringery is going to be on the mound for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. Offensively for the Lady Redbirds, leading off in center field, it is Addie Kirby in batting second. She'll be pitching again today. It is Callie Miller, and batting third, she is the third baseman, Mackenzie Brewer. Batting cleanup at first base, it is Zelma Cooley, and batting fifth, the catcher is Rylan Bowman. In the sixth spot, it is the shortstop, Cadence Newton. Batting seventh at left field, McKinley Burkhart. And batting eighth in right field, Lanny Asher. And the batting ninth, the second baseman, number 8, Maddie Jones. That is your lineup here today for both the Clearwater Lady Tigers and the Lady Redbirds out of East Carter. All right, so here we go. First pitch time is coming your way. It is 1:53. So here we go, top of inning number 1, and we are off and running in this second game of the day. There is strike 1. It is no balls and 1 strike as we are officially underway for this second game of the day. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball and 1 strike. It is 64 degrees here in Naylor with a northeast wind at about 9 miles an hour. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes here for the leadoff hitter in Addie Kirby. There is a ball taken outside. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes for the opening batter. Here is the 2-2 pitch. This one is popped up and out of play down the first base line, so we'll do it again. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. Here is the 2-2 pitch. Outside for a ball. It is 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here is the payoff pitch. This one is popped up and directly behind us, so we will do it again. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. So payoff pitch number 2 coming up for the leadoff batter. Swing and a miss. Here is the replay presented by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. Blew it right past her, and 1 up and 1 down. So Gingery leads us off with a strikeout. And now coming up to the plate, Callie Miller. She is the starting pitcher for the Lady Redbirds. Such a great player is Callie Miller. Very good softball player as well. Batting second in today's lineup. Our ball game is presented by PR Automotive, White Sanders Funeral Home. Also being brought to you by Soulful Hair Studios and Bank of Grandin, as well as a representative Cameron Parker. No balls and a strike to Callie Miller. This one is downstairs for a ball. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 more games after this one. Depending on the length of this one, we might take an extended amount of time between these 2 games. One of these 2 teams will be playing back-to-back. They will play again at 4 p.m. and they will take on Twin Rivers. Here is the 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and now the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls and 2 strikes, and there is the second out of the inning. 2 strikeouts to begin the game, and now Mackenzie Brewer coming up to the plate. So it is 2 quick outs here in the inning. Here is the pitch, and strike is called right down the pike. No balls and 1 strike. Zelma Cooley is awaiting on deck. No balls and 1 strike. Here is the pitch. This one fouls it away. It is no balls and 2 strikes. So Gingery is 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning. Gingery has pitched 2/3 of an inning so far with back-to-back punch-outs. Gingery comes set. Here's the pitch. This one is popped up, and this one gets down for a base hit. So a 2-out hit as this one ends up into a center field. And a runner now on first base with 2 down. So a 2-out hit. And now Zelma Cooley coming up to the plate. She is batting cleanup. And strike is called. It is now no balls and 1 strike. This one is outside for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. So 2-1 the count. Two balls and 1 strike, and this one goes up a little high. 3 balls and 1 strike. Three balls and 1 strike. Here is the pitch, a swing and a miss, and now it's a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 down in the inning. Awaiting on deck is the catcher, Rylan Bowman. Here is the payoff pitch coming by Gringery. Swing and a miss, and the side is retired. There is the punch out, and we go to the bottom of the first inning. Clearwater coming to bat, no score. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin. So we are in the home half now of inning number 1, and let's go offensively here for the Lady Tigers. Leading things off will be the shortstop, Gracie Allen, batting second at second base. Peyton Hurt batting third. It is today's left fielder. It is make that Jenna Alcorn batting cleanup. The catcher, Miley Graham, batting fifth. The pitcher, Abby Gringery, and batting sixth. She is the DP today, Natalie Henson, batting seventh. At third base, Mackenzie Griffiths, and batting 8th at center field, it is Jordan Patterson, and batting 9th, Aaliyah Barfield. She is in right field. Now defensively for the Lady Redbirds out in right field, it is Lanny Asher in center field, Addie Kirby in left. It is McKinley Burkhart going around the infield now. At third base, Mackenzie Brewer. Also at shortstop is Cadence Newton. At second base, it is Maddie Jones. At first base, Zelma Cooley. Behind the plate, it is Ryland Bowman. And on the mound for the Lady Redbirds, it is Callie Miller wearing number 14 for the Lady Redbirds. Here is the first pitch coming. It is downstairs, and we are off and going here in the bottom of the first inning. It is ball one ball and no strikes. Winner of this game will pick up Doniphan on 6 p.m. tonight. This is outside for a ball as well. It's 2 balls and no strikes. One of these two teams will play back-to-back. Following this game, they will take on Twin Rivers beginning at around 4 p.m. This one is downstairs for a ball. It's 3 balls and no strikes. Lady Redbirds were victorious yesterday over Neelyville 11-4. Meanwhile, Clearwater picks up a 14-4 win over Puxico. And this one is outside as well. So a leadoff walk here to Gracie Allen. And that's how the home half of the first inning begins. So 1 on and nobody down here in the inning. And Peyton Hurt now coming up. She is today's second baseman. Pitch is called a strike. It is no balls and 1 strike. Just underway here in the second game of the afternoon so far. Here is the 0-1 pitch coming. Runner takes off. She will have the base. Boy, she got a great jump over there at first base, and now she is standing on second. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 the count as Allen now ends up on second base. Here is the pitch. There's a ground ball. This one's going to go foul, and now it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2 the count as Peyton Hurt trying to advance Gracie Allen over there at second base. Our ball game is presented by Baker Implement, also Stan Bader Wood Trust, Christian Automotive and Tire. There's a ground ball. This one's also going to go foul. And still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nice sunny afternoon here in Naylor. And Miller rocks and fires, and this one's popped up and out of play down the first base line. And we will do it again. Still a 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good at bat here between Peyton Hurt and Callie Miller. Still no score. Runner on second base. Just low down outside as well, or low and inside rather. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count is even at 2-2. Miller gets the sign that she wants. She comes set. Here is the 2-2 pitch. There's a rocket shot up the middle, and 1 run is going to come in. It is an RBI base hit. And Clearwater out to an early lead. They lead 1-0. So an RBI base hit by Hurt, and now Alcorn stepping up to the plate with nobody out and a runner on first base. This one is outside for a ball. It is 1 ball and no strikes. 1 ball, no strikes. Clearwater striking first. Clearwater was down 4-1 yesterday before coming in, or make that 4-2 rather, before coming on in that 5th inning, scoring 10 unanswered. They go on to win 14-4. Here is the 1-1 pitch. There's a rip out to left field, and this one goes over the head of the left fielder, and they're going to wave around Hurt. Here comes the throw, and she is safe. It is 2-0 now. Clearwater on the RBI double by Jenna Alcorn. Still nobody down here in the inning, and Miley Graham coming up next. Takes the first pitch for a call strike. It is no balls and 1 strike. It is a quick 2-0 score as Clearwater is jumping out in front in the first. Here is the second pitch on the way. This one goes over the head. It is 1 ball and 1 strike, and now a runner on third base as Alcorn will get over to third base following that pitch. Here is the pitch. Oh, what a shot up the middle for a base hit. Another run that comes in to score, and now it is a 3-0 ball game. So a leadoff walk to Gracie Allen, and then 3 consecutive hits. And now it is a 3-0 game. Ball taken, and the runner gets to second base with no problem. 1 ball and no strikes. So Graham Abby Gingery, another runner, or I should say, as Miley Graham steals second, or steals third rather. Now she is on third base. Here is the pitch coming. There's a rip for a base hit. It goes the opposite field. Another run comes in to score. And Gingery is going to be held up at second base with an RBI double. Still nobody out here in the inning. It is a 4-0 game. And Henson coming up to the plate now and takes strike 1. The senior steps in with nobody out and a runner in scoring position. Last time these two met up, Clearwater beat them by 10. Inside pitch is the ball. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. Four consecutive hits here by the Lady Tigers. This one found a way to the screen. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1-2 the count. Time is called here by going to have a defensive change, it looks like, over on third base. So we'll be back in just a moment to give you all the changes. Here in just a moment, it's a 4-0 game. You're watching live coverage of the OFC. It is presented by Bank of Grandin. All right, so we are back, and we've got a couple of defensive substitutions here to tell you about. And we'll do that here right now. We have a new shortstop. Mackenzie Brewer goes from third base to a shortstop, and there is a strike called. And there is your first out of the ball game here for the Lady Tigers. So Rylan Bowman, she will now go from the catcher spot to first base. Cadence Newton now will be the new catcher, and Zelma Cooley is going to be at third base. And there is a strike called. It's no balls and 1 strike. So 0-1 the count, runner on second base. Pitch is outside for a ball. And now it is 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. This one is popped up to the screen. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2-2 the count here on the bottom of the first inning. There's a rocket shot. This one to center field. And runners now on the corners. Still 1 down here in the inning. That is the 5th hit of the inning so far. And showing bunt, pops it up, and it's going to get back to the screen. And no balls and 1 strike. Runners on the corners with 1 down. We are coming to you live from Naylor High School. Big shout out to Jerry Rich and the great admin team here for letting us set up shop and helping us do everything that we could do to get this game in. This one is popped up along the infield. Bowman comes up with the catch. And 2 down here in the inning. Runners still on first and third. So now Aaliyah Barfield coming up to the plate. She is the right fielder. 2 down here in the inning. Two down, and showing bunt pulls it back, and there is a strike. The runner takes off, and she'll be at second base now. So Griffiths on second base. It is no balls and 1 strike. Time called here by the home plate umpire. Our ball game is presented by Joe Gloyd Concrete Construction Elite Trucking Academy. Also being brought to you by Liberty Utilities, 67 Towing, B&J Fencing, and Black River Beauty Academy. All proud supporters of the OFC. Showing bunt again. It's a good one. Over to first base, over the head. And now 2 runs are going to score, and still here we go, and on two airs, she will come in and score. Couple of throwing errors on that play, and now it is a 7-0 game. This one is popped up and out of play. No balls and 1 strike. So it's going to be ruled as a base hit, infield base hit on the bunt. And then an overthrow by the third baseman, and then another overthrow by the first baseman. So it is a 7-0 start here by Clearwater. This one is popped up, and this one's going to get down for a base hit. They'll turn that one into at least a triple. 2 down here in the inning, and Gracie Allen, she has walked and then tripled here in the same inning, and Peyton Hurtnow coming up an RBI base hit. She would also come around to score a run. Clearwater, this is the start that their head coach told me they wanted after yesterday getting off to a slow start. He said it was key for them to get to a quick start. There's a base hit. It is an RBI base hit. And now it is 8-0 Clearwater.
Hey, come on, we got 2.
So Peyton Hurtnow was on first base with an RBI base hit. Jenna Alcorn, she doubled earlier this inning. She also scored a run and has an RBI. This one right to the shortstop, and oh, she's safe at second base. Could not beat her to the bag. Could not beat her. The first base runner beat her to the bag. And now Graham singled and scored her first time, all in the same inning. Comes up with 2 down and 2 runners on base. Here is the first offering on the way. This one is going to get right to it goes over the second baseman's head. 1 run comes in. So another run comes in to score. Runners now on first and third base. It is a 9-0 game. So now up to the plate now, Abby Gingery, who hit a double, and she's got a base hit here with an RBI. It is a 10-0 game at this point. And now Henson coming up to the plate. Struck out looking her first time. Boy, Clearwater could not get off to a better start than what they have here. 3 errors in the inning for the Lady Redbirds. They are down at 10 runs here in the first. Here is the pitch. This one is popped up and out of play. It's no balls and 1 strike. 0-1 the count. No balls and 1 strike, 2 runners on. 10 have already crossed the plate. Here is the 0-1 pitch on the way to Henson. Up high for a ball. The runner takes off, and she will have second base. Runners now on second and third. 15th batter to bat in the inning. Here is the 1-1 pitch. This one is ripped down the line and foul. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ten hits already in the inning, and they lead at 10-0. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here is the pitch, and this one is popped up and out of play behind us. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Up high for a ball. And now the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. Two balls and 2 strikes. Miller now comes set and just able to hold off, and now it's a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 the pitch, or the count now. Here it is to Henson. Up high for a ball. Bases now are loaded. Second walk of the inning issued. And now Griffiths coming up to the plate. She singled and scored her first time. Bases now are loaded. There's a fly ball. This one goes to left field, and it is gone. Grand slam. It's now 14-0 after Mackenzie Griffiths goes yard. And now it is 14-0. This one right back to the pitcher, over to first. Oh, it goes over the head of first baseman. And she is going to stop at third base. So runner on first base now. And Aaliyah Barfield back up to the plate. No balls and 1 strike. Two down in the inning. The big hit is the grand slam by Mackenzie Griffiths a few moments ago. Up high for a ball. Runners coming in, and she will score. It is now 15-0. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. This one is outside for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. So 15-0 now. Clearwater on top in this game. This one fouled away to the screen. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Hey, you're in there, come on.
2 balls and 2 strikes. We are in the bottom of the first inning. Here is the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. And the side is retired, but not before 15 runs come across. Clearwater ends up batting around twice in the inning. We'll be back. It'll be top of the second. Coming up next, you're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin. All right, so we are back now for the top of inning at number 2, and it is 15-0 the score currently, as it'll be Rylan Bowman, Cadence Newton, and McKinley Burkhart. That's all due up here in the inning. Bowman bats left-handed, and back up to the pitcher's mound is Gingery, and ball 1 taken to Rylan Bowman. Cannot get off to any better start than what Clearwater has done in this ball game. Here it is. Pitch is swing and a miss. It is a 1-1 count. One ball and 1 strike, and this one is popped up. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Outside for a ball. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here is the 2-2 pitch. There's a rip, and this one gets out to left field. Bowman's going to cross first. She is headed to second, and she's got a stand-up double. So a leadoff double here by Bowman in the inning. First pitch is taken for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. So 1-0 the count. Swing and a miss, and now the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
White 3.
Swing and a miss, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
4-1-6.
And here is the pitch outside for a ball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. This one is a pop straight up, and it will get out of play behind us. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes with nobody out here in the inning. Up high for a ball. Now the count is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 the count. Gingery steps in with nobody down. Here is the payoff pitch on the way to Cadence Newton. Here it is. Swing and a miss, and there is your first out of the inning. 1 down. And Burkhart now coming up to the plate. 1 down. The left fielder comes up to the plate. This one is a ground ball right to the pitcher, over to first base, and got her in time. And quick 2 down after the leadoff double. Bowman now standing at third base. So now Landy Asher coming up to the plate with a runner on third base with 2 down here in the inning. Outside pitch is called a ball. It is 1 ball and no strikes. Hillis Family Chiropractic, also Ozark Legacy Insurance Partners. Christian Automotive and Tire proud supporters, and they bobbled it over to first base, is not in time, and a run will come in to score. So Matty Jones coming up to the plate. Strike is in there, no balls and 1 strike, 0-1 the count. Beautiful skies here in Naylor this afternoon. Swing and a miss, and now count is no balls and 2 strikes. Clearwater batted around twice in the home half of the first inning. This one is popped up and out of play all the way to the house behind us. Still at no balls and 2 strikes. This one is outside for a ball. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here is the pitch. There's a rip, and there is a ground ball, a slow roller over to first base in time, and the side is retired. So the Lady Redbirds pick up a run, and they leave 1 on. We go to the bottom of the second inning. It is a 15-1 ball game. You're watching live coverage of the OFC. It is presented by Bank of Grandin.
And now back to the action. It's Mules baseball. Here's the voice of the Mules, Frankie Castillo.
So we are back now in the home half of the second inning, and a new pitcher for the Lady Redbirds, Rylan Bowman. And that means going over to third base now is Callie Miller. She will play third base here for this inning. And going back to the top of the lineup now with Gracie Allen getting her third at-bat in just 2 innings. So far, she has tripled and walked in the ball game and scored a couple of runs as well. 1 ball and no strikes. Pitches up high for a ball. It's 2 balls and no strikes. 2 balls and no strikes. Up high for a ball, 3 balls and no strikes. Here is the pitch, and misses for ball 4, so her second walk of the ball game. And now Peyton Hurt coming up to the plate. She's got 2 hits in the game, a couple of RBIs, and she has scored 2 runs. Runner takes off, and she would have had the bag anyway. It is ball 1, 1 ball, no strikes, a runner on second base. Alcorn awaiting on deck. Two balls and no strikes. Runner now advances to a third. This one is outside, low as well. It's 3 balls and no strikes. So Bowman now comes set. Here is the pitch, and there's a strike. 3 balls and 1 strike now. And there's a ground ball. This one hits to the shortstop. And the out there, and she is safe at home. So one down and a run does come in. It's now 16-1. It goes a 4-3 on the out. 16-1. Here's the pitch by Bowman in there for a called strike. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 16-1. Nobody on and 1 down here in the inning as Alcorn fouls this one away. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Time is called by Bowman. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The lefty fires. There's a rip and this one goes foul. Just foul down the third base line. This one is smacked out to left field. It drops in. Alcorn hustling around first, and she will have a 1-out double. That is her second hit of the ball game, her second double. Pops this one up and out of play behind us. This one is outside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Gets away. The runner now takes off to his third base. Two balls and 1 strike. Here is the pitch, up high for a ball. And there is ball 4. So now a runner back on first base. It is first and third. Two walks here in the inning. So now runners on the corners now. And up to the plate, Abby Gingery. And the runner takes off, and she'll have a second base. No balls and 1 strike. Downstairs for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. Coming up, we've got third place on the way. Good block there by the catcher, by Newton. 2 balls and 1 strike. 16-1. There's a ground ball. This one hit back to the shortstop, over to first base in time. 1 run will come in, and she's out at third. The run does count. So the run counts. It is 17-1. So we are going to the top of inning number 3. And it is now down to 3 defensive outs here for the Lady Tigers to advance to the championship game at 6 p.m. We're coming right back. You're watching live coverage. It is the OFC tournament presented by Bank of Grandin. All right, so as we get ready for the top of inning number 3, it is a 17-1 game. And now for the Lady Redbirds, they are 3 defensive outs away, and they'll play for third place next. And they will take on the Lady Royals out of Twin Rivers. That is coming up if this score holds. And Gingery back on the mound. She has went 2 innings so far, giving up 1 run on 2 hits. She has struck out 4 and walked none. Here is the first pitch coming to Addie Kirby. Back to the top of the lineup and over to first base, and got her at first just by a quick step or 2. 1 down in the inning. So 1 down here in the inning. It goes a 4-3 on the out. This one goes above the head. 1 ball and no strikes. So we're not sure how much time we're going to have in between these 2 games. Here we are at 2:50, so we're still an hour and 10 minutes away from the third place game starting. Was talking to Jerry Rich about what the plans were a moment ago, and we'll know more as soon as this game ends. During the intermission, we'll take a break. We'll get our lineup set, and we'll get ready for the third place game coming up. Twin Rivers will face, as of right now, East Carter. Miller stepping up to the plate. It is a 2-1 count. She is 0 for 1 so far today with a strikeout. Pops this one up out of play. Count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, and there is the second out of the inning. And now Lady Redbirds are 1 out away, and they will play for third place. Clearwater poised to take on Doniphan in a rematch of last season. If you remember that one, it was a bizarre ending. We had storms come in right before the game ended. They had to replay that game, or replay an inning of that game. Tonight, not going to have any chance of that. It's going to be a gorgeous afternoon and evening to finish out this OFC. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 down, 17-1 your score. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike here to Mackenzie Brewer. She is 1 for 1 on the afternoon. She singled back in the first inning. Matter of fact, she is 1 of 2 hits in this game for the Lady Redbirds. Here is the pitch. Called strike 2 on the outside, a part of the plate. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here is the pitch. And this one is a slow roller back to the pitcher to first base. And got her, and that is the ball game. Final score 17-1. Clearwater is now going to move on to take on Doniphan at 6 p.m. for the championship. And it'll be the Lady Royals and the Lady Redbirds coming up for third place. And that game is set to begin at 4 p.m. Not sure exactly how much time that they will take in between these 2 games. But what we'll do in the meantime is we're going to reset and we're going to come back and get ready for this third place game coming up here in just a few moments. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. Clearwater moves on to the championship game. East Carter and Twin Rivers. That game is on the way next. You're watching exclusive coverage of the OFC tournament. It is presented by Bank of Grandin. So as we get ready for the third place game coming up here this afternoon, welcome back in. I'm Frankie Castile, and we've been told that we're going to get started sometime between 3:30 and 3:40. We're just waiting for the third umpire to get here during the third place and championship games. We're going to have a three-man crew here for the umpires this afternoon. So that's all that we're waiting for right now, as the two teams, as you can see on your camera, they are warming up and they are gearing up for the third place game coming up. It'll be Twin Rivers. They are 13-4 on the season. They will take on the Redbirds of East Carter. They are coming in 7-7. It is a 3-4 matchup. We will have the lineups and we will have your first pitch still to come. Don't go anywhere. Make sure and hit that share button and let us know who you're going for, as it is a third place action coming up here at toward the bottom of the hour between Twin Rivers and the Lady Redbirds of East Carter. We are coming back here in just a few moments. You're watching live coverage, exclusive coverage. It is the OFC softball tournament. It is presented by Bank of Grandin.
And now back to the action. It's Mules baseball. Here's the voice of the Mules, Frankie Castillo.
All right, so we are getting closer now to the first pitch of the third place game here this afternoon. It'll be between Twin Rivers and the Lady Redbirds of East Carter. We will have the full game coming up here in just a few moments. Before we begin our third place game, let's real quickly talk about and thank our sponsors here. Without our sponsors, we would not be able to be here. They include PR Automotive, White Sanders Funeral Home, also being brought to you by Soulful Hair Studios. Bank of Grandin Representative Cameron Parker, also being brought to you by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, the Twin Rivers Booster Club, Baker Implement, also Stan Bader Wood Trust, Christian Automotive and Tire, Ozark Legacy Insurance Partners, Hillis Family Chiropractic, Joe Gloyd Concrete Construction, Elite Trucking Academy, Liberty Utilities 67 Towing, and being brought to you by B&J Fencing, Black River Beauty Academy, Wind Supply in Poplar Bluff, Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri, and Midway RV Park and Cabin Rentals, the proud supporters of this year's OFC softball tournament. Coming up, it'll be the first pitch on the way between Twin Rivers and the Lady Redbirds. Twin Rivers going toe-to-toe with the Doniphan Donettes in the first game of the day, and it was a 7-3 victory for the Donettes. And as far as East Carter, they just played a moment ago, and Clearwater able to get the win 17-1, and of course setting up a matchup here between Twin Rivers and East Carter. Coming up, we will have the first pitch. We'll introduce you to the lineups. All this and much more still to come as we continue right here during the OFC softball tournament. I'm Frankie Castillo. We are live at Naylor High School. Final two games of the afternoon, and we're going to have a 3-umpire-man crew. We'll introduce you to them as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll take our final break. Our first pitch and lineups are coming up. You're watching live coverage of the OFC tournament. It is presented by our good friends at Bank of Grandin. Back in 30 seconds.
And now back to the action. It's Mules baseball. Here's the voice of the Mules, Frankie Castillo.
All right, so we are back now as the three-man umpiring crew is there in front of you, and we are moments away from the first pitch coming up of the afternoon. It is our third game of the day. So as soon as we get ready for the lineups here, we will bring it back to you. And, of course, Twin Rivers, they will be the away team today on the scoreboard. And the Redbirds, since they are the 3 seed, they will be the home team. So Twin Rivers will bat first to begin this contest. Looking at the lineups here from the first two games, no major changes except for just the defensive positions. Coming up in this ball game for Twin Rivers, Maddie Musgraves, she'll be out in center field, and the pitcher for Twin Rivers is going to be Alexis Parson. On the other side, it'll be the same starting pitcher. It'll be Callie Miller for the Lady Redbirds of East Carter. So the two teams, the two coaches shaking hands, and now we are about ready to begin our third place game coming up here this afternoon. We are so happy to have you alongside. It's been a great couple of days here in Naylor. We appreciate Naylor staff for allowing us to come in, set up, and pretty much just take over here their entire setup. Without their cooperation, as well as our amazing sponsors, we would not be able to be here today to bring you this third place game. So now, as you see, the Lady Redbirds are taking the field right now. So now we are just moments away from the first pitch here this afternoon of our third place game. We'll also have 3 umpires here. With it being the third place game, we'll introduce you to them coming up as well. So leading off here for the Lady Royals, it'll be Ivy Benson. She'll be at shortstop. Batting second, it is Maddie Musgraves in center field. Batting third, it is the catcher, Katie Aker. Batting cleanup, Addie Rayburn. Batting fifth, the starting pitcher, Alexis Parson. And batting sixth, it'll be Ashlyn Aker. She's at third base. And then batting seventh is Addison Whitlow. Addison Whitlow is going to be the DP here this afternoon. And batting eighth, it'll be Callie Acup. She'll be in right field. And batting ninth, it is Addison Whitlow. She is over at second base, not batting. Landry Benson, she'll be over in right, or make that left field. So here we go. First pitch time coming your way right at 3:38, and we are off and running, and there is a ball one ball and no strikes here. One ball and no strikes. Callie Miller is on the bump here to begin this ball game, and second pitch is up high for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. This one is outside for a ball, and now it is 3 balls and no strikes. So 3-0 the count. And here comes the 3-0 pitch. In there for a called strike. Ken Hosler is behind the dish here to begin this ball game. Jeff Bloom on the first base line. Colton Mannon, he is on the third base line. 3 balls and 1 strike. This one is smacked all the way out to left field. What a catch! What a catch by the left fielder, by Burkhart, and 1 up and 1 down here in the inning. What a catch. It goes F7 on the out. So, and there's a strike called here. No balls and 1 strike to Maddie Musgraves. So 1 away here in the inning. Swing and a miss, and now it's 1 ball and make that no balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 the count. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes. And just misses for a ball. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Glad to have you alongside here this afternoon. This one is popped up. This one out toward center field, and the shortstop will come away with the out. 2 up and 2 down here in the top of inning number 1. Shortstop did a great job going out to make that catch. That is Addie Kirby. So 2 down here in the inning. A quick 2 down. Here is the pitch. This one is downstairs for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. So 2 away, 1 ball, no strikes. And there's a good pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike here with nobody on. 2 down here in the inning. Katie Aker, she'll do the catching in this ball game. It is our third place game. Don't forget, going on right now in Poplar Bluff, it is our St. Jude Radiothon. You can become a partner in hope today. Over the next 2 days, ground ball hit sharply. It's going to end up in center field for a 2-out base hit. And Rayburn coming up to the plate with 1 on and 2 down here in the inning. So 2 quick outs. And now a runner on at first base. Rayburn now steps in. She's playing first base in this ball game. 1 on, 2 down. Runner takes off, and there's another base hit. And Aker will wind up on third base. And now runners on second and third base. So after the first two popped out, and then back-to-back hits here for the Lady Royals. And now it is 2 on and 2 down, and Alexis Parson coming up to the plate. Golden opportunity here with 2 on and 2 down. Twin Rivers trying to break through first here in the early part of this game. Parson now has a golden opportunity with 2 on. Here is the 0-1 pitch. This one is outside for a ball. Count is even. 1 ball and 1 strike. This one is fouled off the plate, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Hey, come on, Cal, come on.
Here is the 1-2 pitch on the way. Here it comes. This one fouled away. We'll do it again. One ball and 2 strikes. Miller now comes set. Here is the 1-2 pitch. There's a ground ball right back to the pitcher, and the side is retired. First baseman didn't realize there was 2 outs, and the side is retired. We're back in about 30 seconds. No score with the Lady Redbirds coming to bat. You're watching live coverage of the OFC. It is presented by Bank of Grandin. All right, so as we get ready for the bottom of the first inning, no score. And coming to bat now is Addie Kirby for the Lady Redbirds. No score here currently, showing bunt, and this one is caught for the out. Great play there by Aker. One up and one down here in the inning. So it goes F2 on the out. There is a strike, no balls, and one strike here. So Callie Miller coming up. She is the pitcher this afternoon for the Lady Redbirds. And there's a ball taken inside. It is 1 ball and no strikes. Or make that 1 ball and 1 strike rather. Mackenzie Brewer stepping up to the plate next. This one is grounded to the third baseman, over to first base in time. 2 quick outs here as it goes at 5-3 on the out. So now Mackenzie Brewer coming up. So Brewer comes up to the plate. Inside pitch is a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Zelma Cooley is on deck. This one is fouled away. It's now 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball and 1 strike. Here is the pitch. Good pitch inside for a called strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yesterday, Parson had 11 strikeouts in the game. Looking for the first one here, and she's got it. And steps on the bag, and here's the instant replay. So we'll be back in just a moment. No score as we go to the top of inning number 2. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin. So as we get ready now for the top of inning number 2, no score here from Naylor as it is the third place game. It'll be Ashlyn Aker. Also coming to the plate will be Addison Ellsworth and Callie Acup if anybody else gets on Whitlow will bat fourth in the inning. So Anchor now coming up to the plate. Top of inning number 2. Here is the first offering. Ground ball. This one cut off by the shortstop. Over to first base. Not in time. It is an infield base hit as Anchor beat it out. Runner on first base with nobody down here in the top of inning number 2. Addison Ellsworth coming up. She is the DP this afternoon. She steps in with one on and nobody out. This one is up high for a ball back to first base, not in time. 1 ball and no strikes. Here is the pitch, downstairs for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. Wrapping up our OFC tournament this afternoon, we're going to conclude next game with the championship game. Here is the 2-0 pitch on the way, runner on first. There's a ground ball. This one ricochets off of Miller, and everybody is safe. Runners on first and second base. Nothing she could do with that one. So 2 on and nobody down. Ball came right back up the middle and dinged her right in the leg. It appears that she is okay. Up to the plate now is Callie Acup. She is showing bunt. She pulls back, and this one is, she went around, and runner takes off to third base. It is a strike called, so a runner on first and third base. As Ashlyn Aker able to get to third base. She is now, there's a fly ball. This one is it deep enough? No, good job there by Bowman. Did not want to test the arm. 1 down. It goes F8 on the play. So Whitlow coming up to the plate. She doubled in the last game. Runner on third base with 1 down. Ivy Benson awaits on deck. Showing bunt. Oh, it's a good one too. It's going to be safe at first, and the run comes in. It'll be in base hit and then the air. Here comes the throw in and safe. It is a 2-0 game here by the Lady Royals. So an RBI base hit. And now Benson coming up to the plate. Runner on second base, 1 down in the inning. Twin Rivers scores the first 2 runs. It is a 2-0 now. We're back to the top of the lineup with the sophomore Ivy Benson. Benson coming up to the plate. Here we go. She digs in. She is 0 for 1. Pops it up right in front of us. No balls and 1 strike. Twin Rivers coming in at 13-4. Correction, 13-5 on the season. Redbirds are 7-7. And there's a strike called. No balls and 2 strikes here. First pitch was fouled to the screen, and there's a call to strike 2 to Ivy Benson. 2-0 your score. There's a ground ball hit right back to Miller, and the runner now will advance to third base. So 2 down in the inning, and a runner now on third base. It goes 1-3 on the out, 2 down. Musgraves coming up to the plate. She popped out to the shortstop back in the first. 2 away, the righty steps in. Here is the pitch. Up high for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. 0-0, Maddie Musgraves, the freshman, stepping up to the plate. Already 2 across here in the inning. There's a rip. Oh, this one hits the base runner in the helmet. Doinked right off the helmet. She says she's okay. 1 ball and 1 strike. Coach Parson out to check on her. Whitlow says that she is good. So it is 1 ball and 1 strike. Here is the 1-1 pitch. Outside for a ball, 2 balls and 1 strike. So Miller comes set, rocks and fires. There's a ground ball. This one's going to go foul. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2-2 the count. Miller trying to get out of the inning, only giving up the 2 runs. It is a 3:59 on this Thursday afternoon. Here is the 2-2 pitch on the way. Up high for a ball. Count is full now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 the count. Twin Rivers played a really good ball game against Doniphan earlier today. And now they've started out strong here against the Lady Redbirds. This one fouls it away.
You good?
2 balls and 2 strikes. Make that 3 balls and 2 strikes. Payoff pitch number 2 coming up. Here it comes from Callie Miller. Rocks and fire, swing and a miss, and the side is retired. 1 runner left on the base pads. We go to the home half of inning number 2. It is still 2-0 Twin Rivers. You're watching live coverage of the OFC. It is presented by Bank of Grandin. So as we are back now in the home half of inning number 2, it is a 2-0 game here for the Lady Royals. Coming up to the plate, it is Zelma Cooley, also Rylan Bowman, and Cadence Newton. They are all due up here in the inning. This one is popped up and out of play at no balls and 1 strike. One ball and 1 strike. This one is up high as well for another ball. 2 balls and no strikes.
2 ball, 1 strike.
Here is the pitch up high for a ball. It is 3 balls and 1 strike. This one is popped up out of play, and now it's a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Ball, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Here is the payoff pitch on the way. This one is ball 4. And now the leadoff runner is on base. It would have been ball 4 anyway. So a runner on first base now. The lefty comes in, Rylan Bowman with a leadoff runner on. Ball 1 taken outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Lady Redbirds are 7-7 on the year. They're down by a couple of runs. Twin Rivers is 13-5. There's a strike called back over to first base, is not in time. 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike here with a runner on first base. Nobody down. Here is the pitch coming to Rylan Bowman. Foul tips this one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Okay. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
So Parson now gets ready to rock and fire. Here is the 1-2 pitch. And strike 3 is called. Here is the replay presented by Barker's Towing. First strikeout of the game for Parson. And a first out of the inning. Runner still on at first base. So now the catcher, Cadence Newton, coming up to the plate. There's a ground ball. This one gets in for a base hit. And here comes the relay in, and she is out at third. Two down in the inning after a base hit. So a 2 away, base hit gets into center field, a 1 and arm by Musgraves as she throws the runner out at third. So now there are 2 down here in the inning. Runner now on second base. Up to the plate now, McKinley Burkhart. Tying run at the plate. There is ball 1 taken outside. 1 ball and no strikes. 1 ball and no strikes. Here is the pitch coming up here from Parson. Up high for a ball. Way to lay off on that one. Burkhart thought about it. Lanny Asher coming up next. 2 down here in the inning. Coming up in the top of the 3rd inning for Twin Rivers. It is 3, 4, and 5 all due up. Popped up and out of play. 2 balls and 1 strike. So 2-1 the count. Just a gorgeous afternoon here at Naylor High School. You don't get any better on April 30th. And strike is called. It's an even count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Parson looking for her 2nd punch out of the inning. Here is the 2-2 pitch. This one is ripped out to right field, and what a catch. Here is the replay presented by Barker's Towing. Watch this one. And the right fielder comes over to make the catch, and the side is retired. A runner left on the bases. We go to the top of the 3rd inning, still 2-0 Twin Rivers. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin. Our ball game here this afternoon, proudly presented by Midway RV Park and Cabin Reynolds, a farm credit of Southeast Missouri Wind Supply in Poplar Bluff, and being brought to you by Black River Beauty Academy, B&J Fencing, also being brought to you by 67 Towing, Liberty Utilities, Elite Trucking Academy, and Joe Gloyd Concrete Construction, as well as the Twin Rivers Booster Club, all proud supporters of this year's OFC softball tournament. So now we are making our way into the top of inning number 3. Top of inning number 3 now. Coming up, it's Katie Aker, Annie Rayburn, and Alexis Parson. Aker singled her first time. Also, Addie Rayburn doubled back in the first inning. She was stranded, both runners stranded on 2nd and 3rd base. Here is the pitch coming by Callie Miller. Here's the first offering, a ground ball. This one, oh, it takes a wicked hop. It'll be a base hit here as Aker rounds a first base, and she'll get back there pretty quickly, a leadoff hit. It'll be scored a base hit. That took an awkward hop. Not much at all that could be done on that play. Addie Kirby could not handle that one as it took an awkward hop at the very last moment. Runner on first base, nobody down. This one is popped up by Rayburn. Shortstop calls everybody off, and Kirby with the first out. One down here in the inning. So Rayburn pops out to short. One on and one down here in the inning. Coming up in our championship game, it looks to be a really good one too. Clearwater and Doniphan. Those two met up earlier this season. Clearwater lost by 10. This one is popped up. No balls and one strike here. Runner on first base, one down here in the inning. Third place game between Twin Rivers and East Carter. Right now, the Lady Royals lead at 2-0. This one is up high for a ball. Back over to first base, not in time. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Parson up to the plate. She is 0 for 1. Grounded back out to the pitcher, her first time. They lead at 2-0. Here is the pitch on the way. This one is popped up, and this one's going to get out of play as well. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
One ball and 2 strikes as Miller gets ready to wind and fire. There's a ground ball. This one gets into the outfield. It is a base hit and runners now on first and second base. Watch this one right up the middle, and now 2 runners on and 1 down here in the inning. So Ashlyn Aker steps in. She singled her first time, and she would come around and score the game's first run. Showing bunt here. Let's see if she pulls the trigger. It gets away. She did offer, and the runners now will get to second and third base. It's no balls and 1 strike. She offered and didn't pull the bat back, so there is your first strike. So Aker 1 for 1 here in the ball game. Here is the 0-1 pitch. There's a ground ball. This one goes up the middle. 1 run comes in, and they're going to, they've got her in a rundown. They've got Parson in the rundown, and she is safe. She dropped the ball. So 2 runs come in.
Sit down. You touch it with her hand after the ball was bobbled. It wasn't even close.
It is a 4-0 game. So 2 RBIs come in. There is a strike called. No balls and a strike here. It is 4-0 at Twin Rivers. Ellsworth coming up to the plate now. Takes the ball, taken outside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. Still 1 down in the inning. Ellsworth. Aker now standing on third base. Downstairs for a ball. It is 2 balls and 1 strike. It is a 4-0 game. Twin Rivers in this third place afternoon. Miller now comes set, rocks and fires. Downstairs for a ball. 3 balls and 1 strike. 3-1 the count. Here is the 3-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes awaiting on deck. It'll be Callie Acup. Popped out to a center field her first time. Here is the payoff pitch on the way by Miller. And strike 3 is called. And there is the second out of the inning. A good frame by the catcher by Newton. 2 down here in the inning. So 2 down And now coming up to the plate now with a runner on third. Good cutoff by the third baseman. Over in time, and the side is retired. But not before two more runs come across. Twin Rivers now leads 4-0. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin. Our ball game is presented by PR Automotive, White Sanders Funeral Home, also being brought to you by Soulful Hair Studios, Bank of Grandin, also being brought to you by Representative Cameron Parker, Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, also being brought to you by our good friends from the Twin Rivers Booster Club, and being brought to you by Stambader Wood Trust, Baker Implement, Christian Automotive and Tire, Ozark Legacy Insurance Partners, and being brought to you by Hillis Family Chiropractic, all proud supporters of this year's OFC tournament. So as we get ready now for the bottom of the third inning, there's a swing and a miss, and we are underway. Lanny Asher coming up. She is the right fielder. Asher now coming in with nobody on, leading off here in this third inning. Swing and a miss, quickly, no balls and 2 strikes. So far, Parson has gone 2 innings, giving up just 1 hit. Also a strikeout and 1 walk so far. This one popped up and out of play behind us. We'll do it again. Still at no balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 the count. Parson pitching in her final OFC softball tournament as a senior for this team. Here is the 0-2 pitch on the way from Parson. This one outside for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 4-0 Twin Rivers leads here in the bottom of inning number 3. There's a ground ball. This one good cut off by the pitcher over to first base in time. And there is your first out of the inning. Good job there. You see how she maintains her composure and got her by about a step and a half. 1 down. It goes 1-3 on the out. And Maddie Jones coming up to the plate. Jones playing third base here today. Fouls this one away, no balls and 1 strike. No balls and a strike, the 9-hitter in the lineup. Addie Kirby awaiting on deck as Twin Rivers enjoying a 4-run lead. Here is the 0-1 pitch coming. Swing and a miss, that had some heat on it. No balls and 2 strikes. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, and there is a punch out for the senior. 2 down here in the inning. Second strikeout of the ball game for Parson, and we are back to the top of the lineup. 2 up and 2 down here in the inning. Let us know what team you're going for. If you're watching us on Facebook, let us know. Also hit that share button. Outside pitch is a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. So 2 down. It's a 1 ball, no strike count. Twin Rivers leads by 4 runs. Twin Rivers scoring 2 in the first, or make that 2 in the second, 2 in the third. Count is even now, 1 ball and 1 strike. Here is the 2-2 pitch on, or make that the 1-1 pitch on the way. There's a swing and a miss. And now Parson is 1 pitch away from shutting him down. A 1-2-3 here in the home half of the third. Parson now gets the sign that she wants. She comes set. Here is the 1-2 pitch on the way. This one is up high for a ball. Count is even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Later on tonight, or this afternoon, Clearwater Doniphan, a championship game on the line. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here is the pitch on the way from Parson. And they'll throw down to first base and safe. So it's a drop strike 3. And the runner now will advance to first base. So Kirby down to first base. And Miller now coming up to the plate. Miller now, she is 0 for 1. She grounded out to third base back in the first. There's a fly ball. This one playable. The left fielder goes over to make the catch, and the side is retired. So the Lady Redbirds leave a runner on first base. We go to the top of inning number 4. It is still 4-0 coming to bat for Twin Rivers. It is 9-1 into Whitlow to start things off in the top of inning number 4. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin.
And now back to the action. It's Mules baseball. Here's the voice of the Mules, Frankie Castillo.
And don't forget, coming up here later on, as our softball comes to a close, we will have the third place trophies coming up following this ball game. So coming up, we will have the third place trophy following this contest, as we are now in the top of the 4th inning. Also going on back in our studios in Poplar Bluff for the next 95 minutes, it is day 1 of our annual St. Jude Radiothon. Currently over $44,000 has been raised on day 1. I've been checking in from time to time with that amazing radiothon that we do every year. Usually I am part of it in the studio, but this year a little bit different. We are here doing the third place and championship games for OFC softball. Remember to become a partner in hope. Just give them a call, 1-800-330-9727. 1-800-330-9727 to become a partner in hope to help out the kids of St. Jude. Currently over $44,000 raised, and we're not even done with day 1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Whitlow singled back in the second. takes the ball a little high. It is now 3 balls and 1 strike. So 3-1 the count. Our title sponsor again this season, the Bank of Grandin. Always very supportive of our OFC conference teams. This one fouled away. It's a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Callie Miller now, 3-2 the count, nobody down. We'll see what Whitlow can do. She did single back in the 2nd inning. Here is the payoff pitch on the way from Callie Miller. This one is popped up along the infield. Third baseman calls for it, and there is your first out of the inning. Nice catch indeed, and there is the first out. 1 up and 1 down here in the inning. So now coming up to the plate now, it is Ivy Benson. Benson takes strike 1. She is 0 for 2 so far today. She has popped out to the left fielder, and she has grounded out to the pitcher as well back in the 2nd inning. No balls and 1 strike. Miller rocks and fires. This one is popped up down the first base line and will get out of play. No balls and 2 strikes. This game is moving so far right along as we're already in the top of inning number 4. So no balls and 2 strikes here. Benson back in the batter's box. Here is the pitch on the way. Downstairs for a ball. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1-2 the count. Benson now as she gets ready to fire in. Here is the pitch by Miller. There's a ground ball. This one also goes foul. Still a 1 ball, 2 strikes. A season ago at this time, we were watching storms coming in at Clearwater. That will not be the case today. We'll have the rest of this game, and then we'll have the championship game. We'll be free from all weather issues. Should be a good matchup, too, coming up between Clearwater and Doniphan. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pretty good game here so far. Here's the pitch. There's a rip, and there is a base hit as it gets out to left field. Benson rounds a first base, and she'll hold up there. Good hit there by Benson as that one goes into left field. 1 down in the inning. And now Maddie Musgraves coming up to the plate now. Musgraves. Musgraves digs in with a runner on first base and 1 down. Runner takes off. It's a hit and run. Benson now gets over to third base, and she'll hold up there. So now runners on second and third base on the 1-out double by Musgraves. And now time is called by the home plate umpire, Mr. Kenny Hosler, so he can clean the plate off. And coming up to the plate now, it is Katie Aker. She is 2 for 2 so far this afternoon. 2 base hits and scored a run back in the last inning. Only 1 down, runners on second and third base. First pitch taken inside. It is ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. Twin Rivers has a couple of runners on. They lead by 4 runs here in the 4th. 1 down here in the inning. Here comes the pitch by Miller. And a strike is called at the knees. A 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 the count. Coming up in the bottom of the inning, Mackenzie Brewer, Zelma Cooley, and Rylan Bowman all to bat for the Lady Redbirds. Here is the 1-1 pitch. There's a ground ball, run at the third baseman, over to first in time, and 1 run will come in and score. It is now a 5-0 ball game, an RBI for Katie Aker. Two down in the inning. It goes at 5-3. This one is popped up as well to Bowman out in center field, and that will be the inning. But Twin Rivers ends up putting up 1 run in the inning, and we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It is now a 5-0 game. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by the Bank of Grandin. All right, so we are back now as we get ready for the bottom of the 4th inning. It is currently a 5-0 game here for Twin Rivers, looking to take 3rd place in this game here today. It is a 5-0 game already in the bottom of the 4th inning. Coming up for the Lady Redbirds, it'll be Mackenzie Brewer, 3, 4, and 5, followed by Zelma Cooley and Rylan Bowman. That's all due up here in the inning. It is 5-0 Twin Rivers up here in this one. We are in the middle innings now. Parson gets inside the circle, and she'll rock and fire with nobody out to the leadoff batter in the 4th. This one is popped up in the air. This one might fall. It's going to be caught. What a catch by Maddie Musgraves in center field. So Musgraves giving a full-on charge and making that catch as she dives on the field. 1 down here in the inning. It goes F8 on the out. 1 pitch and 1 down. Cooley comes up and she pops one out of play. It is no balls and 1 strike. 0-1 the count. Cooley has walked in this game. She was thrown out back in the 2nd inning from center field. This one is popped up, and this one's not going to be playable as it hits the very top here of the awning. As you could hear there, no balls and 2 strikes. 1 down here in the inning, quickly 0-2 the count. Here is the 0-2 pitch coming. Fouls it away, still no balls and 2 strikes. No balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. This one is popped up as well. This one could be playable. Shortstop goes over to make the catch. And there is the 2nd out of the inning. 2 up and 2 down. And Ivy Benson making that catch at shortstop. It goes F6 on the fly out. So Rylan Bowman coming up to the plate now. The lefty stands in with 2 down, nobody on. There's a ground ball. What a catch there by the pitcher, Parson. And the side is retired. 3 up and 3 down. We are going to the top of inning number 5. Twin Rivers leads 5-0. You're watching the OFC tournament live, presented by Bank of Grandin. Our ball game is presented by the Twin Rivers Booster Club, also Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, Representative Cameron Parker, Soulful Hair Studios, our title sponsor of Bank of Grandin, and being brought to you by B&J Fencing, Black River Beauty Academy, Wind Supply in Poplar Bluff, Farm Credit of Southeast Missouri, and Midway RV Park and Cabin Reynolds. All proud supporters of this year's OFC tournament. So coming up to the plate now, it is Alexis Parson. She is 1 for 2 on the ball game so far. She has grounded out to the pitcher, singled and scored back in the 3rd. It is a 5-0 now is your score. Here is the pitch on the way to Parson. Pops it up, out of play. It is no balls and 1 strike. So following this ball game, we will have the trophy presentations. We'll bring that to you live here on Facebook and on YouTube. Here is the pitch on the way. There's a rip, and this one is going to be into center field for a base hit. Bowman quickly gets it back in, and Parson with her 2nd hit of the ball game. We are in the top of inning number 5. It is a 5-0 game right now for Twin Rivers. Here is the pitch on the way. There's a ground ball. This one going to be hustled by the shortstop. Oh, it's going to go over the glove. So now runners on first and 3rd base now. Still nobody down. That's going to be an E6 on that play. They were trying to go for the force out, but the ball goes over the glove of the 2nd baseman. And now 2 runners on, nobody down for Addison Ellsworth. Ellsworth here in the ball game. There's a ground ball. This one gets in for a base hit. Parson comes around to score. It is now a 6-0 game. So Ellsworth picks up the RBI. And now Callie Acup coming up to the plate, takes strike 1. And they'll go down to 3rd base, and runners now advancing to 2nd and 3rd. No balls and 1 strike. Still nobody down here in the inning. Could be another big inning for Twin Rivers. Acup is 0 for 2 so far today. Takes the 2nd pitch downstairs for a ball. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. Here is the pitch outside for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Time.
So time called here by the home plate umpire.
Play. Ball. 3 balls. 1 strike.
Here is the pitch coming here by Miller.
Ball.
And a ball taken. There is ball 4. And now the bases are loaded for Whitlow. Whitlow is 1 for 2 on the afternoon so far. So now bases are loaded. It's still nobody down here in the inning. There's a pop-up. This one's playable. First baseman calling everybody off. And there is the first out of the inning. And now they are back to the top of the lineup. It goes F3 on the out. 1 down here in the inning. So now Benson comes up to the plate. And they're going to switch.
Play.
Here is the pitch. There's a ground ball right at the first baseman. And safe at home, so a runner does come in and score. It is now a 7-0 game. Two down in the inning. So it's now 7-0. And there are 2 down here in the inning. Here is the pitch coming. This one is fouled away, strike 1. Here's the pitch, and there is a ball taken up high.
1-1.
1 ball and 1 strike. Here is the pitch, and this one is up high for a ball.
2-1.
2 balls and 1 strike. Here is the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, and now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
2-2.
And drop strike 3. 1 run will come in on the drop strike 3, and now it is 8-0. Still at 2 down in the inning. It is now an 8-0 ball game by Twin Rivers. Ball taken, runner takes off, and she will be on second base now. Musgraves standing on second. This one is popped up down the line. This one is going to be caught in fair territory, and the side is retired. Not before Twin Rivers ends up picking up 3 more runs. They lead 8-0. We are going to the bottom of the 5th inning with the Lady Redbirds coming to bat down by 8 runs. You're watching live coverage of the OFC. It is presented by Bank of Grandin. So as we get ready now for the home half of the 5th inning, it is an 8-0 game as we are set to play. Newton now coming up to the plate. She is 1 for 1 here in the ball game. This one foul tip and a swing and a miss. It is no balls and 1 strike. So no balls and 1 strike here. Swing and a miss, quickly down 0-2 now. So quickly, no balls and 2 strikes. Parson comes set. Here is the pitch. Swing and a miss. And 1 down here in the inning. Big punch out there for the senior Parson. One down in the inning. Four strikeouts for the senior now. This one fouls it off the helmet there. That's a way to use your head there, Mr. Kinney. Oh, well, it was funny anyway. No balls and 1 strike. 1 down here in the inning. There is ball 1 taken. 1-1 the count with 1 down here in the inning. McKinley Burkhart now 0 for 1, popped out to right field, her first time. This one is downstairs for a ball. It is 2 balls and 1 strike. So coming up later on, we are just a little more than an hour away from the championship game to start. Here is the pitch coming. Inside pitch is called a strike, and it is 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. Big crowd we've had all day long on Facebook and on YouTube, and it's only going to get bigger for the championship game. This one foul tipped it, and there is a strikeout for the senior. 2 down on back-to-back punch-outs. And Lenny Asher coming up to the plate. She grounded out to the pitcher back in the 3rd. Twin Rivers up by 8 runs in this game. Here is the pitch. Swing and a miss. No balls and a strike. No balls and 1 strike. Doniphan coming up next. They'll take on the Lady Tigers of Clearwater. This one misses inside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count. Here we go on the pitch. Downstairs for a ball. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 the count. Parson now comes set. And here is the pitch downstairs. It's ball 3. Parson has issued 1 walk so far in this ball game. 6 strikeouts, or make that 5 strikeouts rather, and 1 walk to this point. Here is the pitch on the way. Inside, a pitch called a strike. And now it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Full count. Full count. Here is the pitch on the way by Parson. This one fouls it away, and it's going to remain foul still. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 the count. Parson gets the sign that she wants and comes set. Here it is. Swing and a miss, and the side is retired. 3 up and 3 down. We go to the top of inning number 6. Still 8-0. Twin Rivers coming to bat. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin. Here we go, at top of inning at number 6 as this game is starting to wind down. We are down to the final 2 innings. Twin Rivers right now leads by 8 runs. Here is the first pitch coming to Addie Rayburn. Up high for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Rayburn so far today, she has doubled back in the first and popped out to a shortstop and to the center fielder as well. Time called by the home plate umpire. Ball's in the play here. Doniphan's warming up down at that third base line and getting ready for the next matchup between themselves and Clearwater, a rematch of last year's championship game. There's a fly ball. This one out toward center field, and going over to make the catch is Bowman for the first out. One away, and now Alexis Parson coming up to the plate. She is 2 of 3 so far today. 2 base hits and 2 runs scored. Here is the pitch on the way. There's a ground ball right to the third baseman, over to first base in time. And a quick 2 outs here in the inning. So 2 down here in the 6th inning. And East Carter is 1 out away from being poised to go 7 outs or 7 innings. Shortstop over to first base and got her on the tag, and the side is retired. So 3 up and 3 down. We are going to the bottom of the 6th inning with the Lady Redbirds coming to bat, still down by 8 runs. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin.
And now back to the action. It's Mules baseball. Here's the voice of the Mules, Frankie Castillo.
So as we get ready for the bottom of the 6th inning for the Lady Redbirds, it'll be Jones, Kirby, and Miller, 9, 1, and 2. That is all due up here in the inning, as Twin Rivers leads by 8 runs. Twin Rivers so far, I should say Lady Redbirds rather, only 1 hit in this ball game, and that was all the way back in the 2nd inning with Cadence Newton. She ended up with a 2-out base hit, and that's been the only other base runner other than a drop strike 3 by Addie Kirby to reach base so far in this ball game. It is 5 o'clock now on this Thursday. You're watching live coverage of the OFC softball tournament. There is a ground ball right back to the pitcher, out to first base in time. Our live coverage is presented by Bank of Grandin. I'm Frankie Castillo, glad to have you alongside on this Thursday. It goes a 1-3 on the out. With it being 5 o'clock now, that also means it is our final hour of day 1 of the St. Jude Radiothon. It is our annual River Radio St. Jude Radiothon. The last information I had was over $44,000 they have raised in the first day. Not in time at first base. Kirby bunts her way on with 1 down in the inning. Remember to become a partner in hope. Simply call 1-800-330-9727. 1-800-330-9727 to become a partner in hope, to help benefit the kids out of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. First pitch inside for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Going back to first base, not in time. Still 1 ball and no strikes. One ball and no strikes. Here is the pitch. There's a rip, and this one gets out to left field. This one's going all the way to the fence. And here comes the relay, and 1 run will come in on the double. So the Lady Redbirds are on the board now. And Mackenzie Brewer coming up to the plate now. It is 8-1, runner on second base, 1 down. This one grounded to the dugout. It is no balls and 1 strike. So the Redbirds are on the board, trying to get something going here in this home half of inning number 6. There's a rip right at the shortstop. Woo! What a catch there by Ivy Benson on the line drive. 2 down in the inning. So 2 away, Zelma Cooley coming in. First pitch is inside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Runner on second base, 2 down. We are in the bottom of inning number 6. There's a smack, and this one goes down the first base line, and Rayburn runs out of real estate. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. Coming up, it'll be Doniphan at Clearwater, a rematch of last season. Clearwater beat them 4-3 on a bizarre ending because of weather. We had to stop playing and resume 2 days later. There's a ground ball. This one, good job by the third baseman. Keeps it in play. Over to first base is not in time. It'll be an infield base hit. Runners on the corners now with 2 down. Great play by Aker there on third base. Did her job at keeping it in the infield. Runners on the corners now with 2 down. Here is the pitch. You're watching the third place game between Twin Rivers and East Carter. Twin Rivers leads 8-1. Lady Redbirds just getting a run across a moment ago on an RBI double by Callie Miller. There's a pop. This one goes out to deep right. This one is gone. A 2, or make that 3-run blast. And Bowman will cross home plate, and all of a sudden, what was an 8-run game has now turned into a 4-run game. It is now 8-4 on a 3-run blast by Rylan Bowman. First pitch is a grounder. It gets into right field for a base hit. It is now 8-4. And McKinley Burkhart coming up to the plate now with 2 on, or make that 2 out, and a runner on first. Swing and a miss. And the runner gets back to first base. Newton thought about taking off to second. Instead, will back up and stay at first. It is 8-4 now. Twin Rivers leads by 4. Downstairs for a ball. Now the runner takes off and they'll give it to her. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. It's a 1-1 count. Last season, a championship game was very low scoring between Clearwater and Doniphan. Earlier this season, Doniphan won by 10, so we'll see how it all shakes out. We are moments away from that game. Strike as she couldn't hold up. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2 the count. Runner on second base. If East Carter can figure out a way to get that run in from second base. This one fouls it away, so we'll redo it. Still a 1 ball, 2 strikes. One ball and 2 strikes. Here is the pitch coming. Fouls it away, just stays alive. Still 2-2 the count. Here is the pitch coming. This one fouls it away. Still battling. Still 2 balls, or make that 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here is the pitch. Swing and a miss, and the side is retired. We go to the top of inning number 7. It is 8-4, coming right back in just a moment. You're watching live coverage of the OFC tournament. It is presented by Bank of Grandin. So we are coming to you live here from Naylor High School. We are in the top of the 7th inning, and it is 8-4 now, your score, as the Twin Rivers Lady Royals coming up to the plate. It'll be 7-8-9. That's all due up in the inning. Addison Ellsworth stepping in. She grounds this one back to the shortstop and back over to first base in time. 1 up and 1 down here in the inning. It goes at 6-3 on the out. And now Callie Acup coming up to the plate. She is 0 for 2 with a walk. Here's the pitch, up high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. 1 ball and no strikes. Nice, cool afternoon here in Naylor. Should not feel this way as we head into May, but here we are. Ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. This time last season we were dodging thunderstorms. This season, bring out the long sleeves and the coats for the championship game. This one fouls it away to the screen. 2 balls and 1 strike. Gotta love that Missouri weather. 8-4 the score, as East Carter scoring 4 times in the bottom of the 6th inning, giving themselves a chance if they can shut down Twin Rivers in this 7th inning. This one fouls it away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. So now Callie Miller coming set. Here is the 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, and there is the second out of the inning. on the punch out. So 2 down. And now Addison Whitlow coming up to the plate. And first pitch is foul tipped, and there is strike one, and no balls and 1 strike. So 2 down here in the inning. There's a ground ball. This one finds a center field for a 2-out base hit. And now we are back to the top of the lineup here with Ivy Benson. Benson has singled and scored back in the 4th. She also has an RBI ground out back in the 5th. She is 1 for 4 on the day. 2 balls and no strikes to Benson as Benson steps in up high for a ball. Count is 3-0. And the runner slides back in head first. So 3 balls and no strikes. Here is the pitch. Outside, and there is a ball 4. And now runners on first and second base for Maddie Musgraves. So Musgraves are coming up to the plate now. 8-4 is the current score. 2 runners on. Here is the pitch coming by Miller. This one is popped straight up into the infield. Second baseman waves everybody off, and the side is retired. So we are going to the bottom of the 7th inning. Twin Rivers has a 4-run lead. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin. So bottom of the 7th inning now for the Lady Redbirds of East Carter. 8-9-1 all due up here in the inning. Lanny Asher is 0 for 2 so far today. Twin Rivers is 3 defensive outs away from taking home 3rd place in this season's OFC tournament. Nice crowd already here filling in for the championship game at Naylor High School. There's a ground ball right back to Parson, over to first base in time. And 1 up and 1 down. One away here in the inning. One down here in the inning. 2 defensive outs left. There's a ground ball, a slow roller. Benson over to first base and got her in time. And 2 down here in the inning. So 2 down in the inning. Coming up, we'll keep it here before we go to our final intermission. we will have the trophies to give out to the third place winning team. And then we'll set the stage for the championship game. Outside pitch is calling a strike. No balls and 1 strike. We are back to the top of the lineup with Addie Kirby. She is 1 for 3 here today. She did single and score back in the 6th. Here is the pitch coming. There's the fly ball. This one crushed to right field and foul. No balls and 2 strikes. No balls and 2 strikes. Parson 1 pitch away from claiming 3rd place in her final OFC tournament. And there's the fly ball to right field. This one could do it, and it will. Twin Rivers picks up 3rd place in this year's tournament. Congratulations to both teams. Twin Rivers picking up 3rd place, and we will have the trophy ceremony here in just a moment. So the 2 teams will shake hands, and Coach Jerry Songer will present 3rd place to the Twin Rivers Lady Royals. 8-4 is your score. Jerry Songer going to present the trophy right at home plate to the 3rd place team, the Twin Rivers Lady Royals. What a season and what a tournament for the Lady Royals. So Twin Rivers picking up 3rd place in this year's tournament. And now, there it is. There is your 3rd place finish. Twin Rivers picking it up. So what we will do is we are going to go to break really fast, and then we're going to come back and get everything ready to go for the championship game. Doniphan and Clearwater. It is a rematch of last season. We're coming right back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. You're watching exclusive coverage of this year's OFC tournament. It is presented by Bank of Grandin.
And now back to the action. It's Mules baseball. Here's the voice of the Mules, Frankie Castillo.
All right, so we're going to go ahead for this round, for this championship game. We're going to go ahead and end this current live stream, but we're going to re-pick it up here very quickly. We're afraid that if we don't do that now, we may run out of time on Facebook. So we'll end our live stream, and then we'll be back in around 5 or so minutes to pick up our championship game between Clearwater and Doniphan. First pitch is set for 6 p.m. You're watching live coverage of the OFC presented by Bank of Grandin.